listen, my neighbors have to sleep. I'm just going to try and be quiet. And it doesn't mean that I forgive you. I already know you're trying to provoke me into getting into trouble. You're not going to torture forgiveness out of me. You know you have to stop sexually molesting me and torturing me, right? We've been at this for 9+ years straight. You're never gonna get what you want. And in this reality, you're cognitively dissonant from reality. You're making this problem worse for yourself. Don't you understand that you're a crazy crackhead? Dude, I don't know how to further simply explain this for you. There's no way you can reasonably think you're going to get the better out of this after 9+ years straight of severely torturing somebody 24 hours a day, and somehow you can't force him to capitulate and make him do what you want him to do, and you're still trying to hawk off bad propaganda as the truth. The truth really is, if you're looking at this objectively and impartially from all angles, it seems like you're losing a war of attrition, and a very severe one at that, against a guy who has $2.04 to his name, and you're losing against a war and against yourself, and you're literally torturing yourself by torturing somebody else for something that's never going to happen. And the real world is full of billions of people who don't want to be raped and tortured and killed by you. Stop bothering me. Listen, you're half-assed. That's not going to work. There's no reason to torture one of your kind if they're going to capitulate to you. You and I are very much cut from a different cloth. I'm cut from a cloth worth having, a cloth worth being cloth. And then you're cut from something that's like shit. You and I are never going to see eye to eye on this because you're a little hook-nosed satanic gremlin. I'm not going to forgive you. I'm not. Listen, there's no redemption arc process for you. There's not even a first step. There's no pathway to it. You have to understand, you're just wrong. And you're delusional if you think you're going to get away with what you did to me. That's it. Oh, honey. Oh, please. I don't take you seriously. You're an ass clown. You can't even say it to my face like a man. I don't take you seriously, Hookstein. You're a Hookstein. Who's good, bro? Why are you? I don't believe in your religious bullshit. And then also, at the same time that you have religious superstitions, you're also highly delusional about empirical reality, which is fundamentally contradictory and a contradiction in terms, and it's also fundamentally incompatible with knowing the truth. Because if you know the truth somehow, then how are you so highly delusional in terms of empirical reality? The two things are fundamentally incompatible, and they can't exist at the same time. And you okay? You want to sleep? You want to sleep? Alright. What are you doing? Go on, go. Try it. I don't think you seriously. You're an ass clown. Apparently, I have to do this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that, but you can't even say it to my face. What's the hold-up problem? Oh, I know what it is. You're wrong. That's the problem. That's the big problem. The big problem is that you're wrong. You think you're right, but you're wrong. saw this guy. I said it before. I think they're a bunch of limited hangouts.
Another blood libel or ritual murder. A pamphlet by the New Christian Crusade Church, drawing heavily upon the work of Arnold Spencer Lees, particularly My Irrelevant Defense, published in the year 1948, regarding the specter of Jewish ritual murder. Epigraph. Pictured here is a drawing of a Polish plaque which depicts, in Brosinian, Hungary, a collection of Jews opening the veins of a wheelwright's child and sucking his blood as part of a rite of ritual murder. Introduction. During March 1990, a widely circulated leaflet entitled The Snides of March, published by the previously little-known Hugh of Lincoln Memorial Society, carried the suggestion that Jewish ritual murder might still occur in Britain today. In view of the many child disappearances, the leaflet may have alerted the police to an area of investigation they may not have previously considered. 2 months later, and of course it could have been a coincidence, came the announcement of a police search for the body of a murdered child at the car park of the Sadmar Synagogue in Clapton, East London. A number of questions are now being asked about this search by the perceptive and well-informed. Pictured here is a contemporary depiction of the martyrdom of St. William of Norwich by fanatical Talmudists in 1144. The Times and The Guardian, both of Wednesday the 30th of May, gave the fullest accounts of the affair. The Times stated, quote, "A bag of mud-covered objects was removed from the car park of a synagogue, where police had been digging for almost a week. And officers said one of the objects removed looked like an arm bone." Scotland Yard said the search, interrupted over the next 2 days by a Jewish festival, would continue on Friday. Following these front-page disclosures, the public awaited further news. There was a long, inexplicable silence. Then, on Saturday 28th, July, 2 months later, and in connection with a pedophile scandal, a bland little press statement, echoed on the radio, announced that the Samar Synagogue car park bones, quote, "were only animal." Therefore, it might be reasonable to conclude that the week-long police dig through 5 feet of hard core, with special equipment and a sniffer dog trained to seek out human remains, was a hoax. All this work revealed nothing but a dead animal. Protected big game, quote-unquote. No, it was not a hoax. That would be to libel the police. It is our intuitive belief that human remains were there, and that the police were on the trail of big game on the protected list. The tip-off leading to the dig, about the origin of which the police were silent, was surmised by much of the news media to have come from a member of a gang of pedophiles who were jailed for the murder of a 14-year-old boy in 1985. Inspector Studley, in charge of the investigation, was quoted by The Guardian as saying, quote, "I am convinced a body will be found." The same report also quoted a Scotland Yard press officer as saying, quote, "The information seemed fairly positive." The spokesman described suggestions that the investigation involved pedophile activities as, quote, "mere speculation." Another curious feature of the affair is the apparent coyness of the forensic scientists, specifically the time it took to make such a feeble statement about the contents of the bag removed from the synagogue car park. If the bag did not contain human remains, exactly what did it contain? What was the human arm?
I don't have to keep responding to you. You do know that you have to stop torturing me, right? I've already made my point clear for the last 9+ years straight, 24 hours a day. and I still am. There's no conflicts here besides the false one that you're creating between yourself and yourself, and also me and yourself, and so on and so forth. So you need to stop bothering me because you're still trying to torture me to manufacture my consent for something that's never going to happen.
Bone. Were the forensics in the presence of dog, cat, sacrificial lamb, or one of Colonel Sanders' victims? Will the police tell us? It would look better. Like the police, we think there was a human body involved, and we cannot help asking what more convenient place for a disposal than one's own backyard, as cocksure murderers have found to their cost before now. But with God on your side, plus 5 feet of heavenly hardcore, it could have seemed a safe bet. Better sites available. If persons unknown from outside, even pedophiles, unless they had some religious connection, had committed the crime, it would have been quite extraordinary to settle for the disposal of the body, a small, private, fenced-in piece of land, a few yards from and in the property of a synagogue frequented by a vocal, not to say aggressive, religious sect. We recall that the bodies of the 2 children murdered by the above-mentioned pedophile gang were found buried in rural parts of Essex. Far safer and convenient for a burial would have been one of the dense, shrubby areas in Clapton Park, which lay immediately beyond the boundary fence of the synagogue site. Safer still would have been the great expanse of Hackney Marsh, adjoining Clapton Park, with acres of thick cover of several kinds. The Talmud says, when one finds that evil appetites are taking hold of his senses, let him repair to some place where he is unknown. Let him dress himself in black and follow the impulses of his heart. From the Moed Katan 17a. To reject completely these thoughts and ideas, one can only insist that there was no human body at all. Like the police, we do not believe this, and we cannot help suspecting that there has been a cover-up. Sooner or later, the authorities must answer the following vital questions. The vital questions. Question 1. However terrifying the implications, can it be that the police were really onto something, and suddenly realized that an exposure of anything which could be described as an incident of Jewish ritual murder, even if carried out by a tiny group of fanatics, unauthorized by and unrepresentative of any particular congregation, let alone the Jewish community at large, would let all hell loose, and that a cover-up was essential in the interests of public order? In case there are any who would dismiss this suggestion as preposterous, it should be remembered that just such a cover-up in defense of the Jews, with the need to uphold public order as a pretext, has been perpetrated once before. During the autumn of 1888, East London was terrorized by the Jack the Ripper murders. Street women were being killed, and their corpses elaborately mutilated in a style suggestive of the ritual sacrifices of barbaric religious sects. The Ripper precedent. Early in the morning of 30th of September 1888, a police constable on his beat in Golston Street, Whitechapel, came upon a blood-soaked rag in the passageway of a Peabody tenement. Chalked on the wall above the rag was the...
Come on, you want a treat? I'll give you one. But you gotta come into the room. We need to be safe, okay? I need to watch you. Come on, let's go. Hold on. Come with me. I'll give you a treat, but you gotta come with me. Okay? Treat? Treat? Yeah. Okay. You need to deserve one. It's been a long time too. You've been a good girl, so. Okay, let's go. Come on. Yep. Come on. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Wait. Just relax. Be patient. Yeah, good girl. Good girl. Here you go, honey. Enjoy. Tell me if you need to use the bathroom or anything, okay?
this message. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. The constable
We've already been at this for 9+ years. I'm telling you, torturing me, that's not going to work.
made a meticulous written note of the message, and then immediately reported his find, unaware that inside one of the tenement's rooms lay the mutilated corpse of Jack the Ripper's fourth victim, Mary Eddowes, and that the blood-soaked rag was part of her apron. 2 detectives were dispatched to guard the message until the arrival of a police photographer. Before the photographer arrived, the commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Sir Charles Warren, appeared on the scene and ordered the immediate erasure of the message from the wall. Sir Charles later defended his action by saying that he acted, quote, to avert an anti-Jewish uprising. In 1908, the Assistant Commissioner of Police, in reference to the identity of Jack the Ripper, declared flatly, quote, in stating that he was a Polish Jew, I am merely stating a definitely established fact. The destruction of evidence relating to a crime is a criminal act. The laws of England have never authorized anybody, be he ever so high, to destroy evidence of crime, even where the interests of Jewry and/or, quote, public order are thought to be in peril. If the police commissioner could perpetrate such a crime in defense of the Jews, and have the fact kept secret for decades afterwards, at a time when Jewish influence, though considerable, was not as omnipotent as it is now, it is not hard to imagine what senior establishment figures might do today, with Jewish influence paramount in almost every power base in Britain and throughout the world, a power monopoly sanctified in a cloud of Holocaust mythology. Atavistic compulsion. Question 2. Is it possible that the innocent members of the Satmar congregation, horrified by the discovery in their carefully preserved backyard, panicked and in desperation, invoked the weight of Jewish money, political and media power? Did they know that perhaps just one member of their otherwise no doubt respectable congregation had, as a result of some atavistic compulsion to human sacrifice, succumbed to the temptation to indulge in a terrible ritual murder of the kind that has repeatedly stained Jewry down the ages? In such circumstances, could the respectable Satmars be blamed if they felt compelled to seek help and secure a change in the course of the investigation? Perverts are liable to occur in any religious community. Question 3. Does it not begin to look as if the abominable activities of the pedophile gang were used by a controlled mass media to deflect certain suspicions that might be forming in well-informed minds following the ventilation of the blood libel issue in the Snides of March leaflet? The pedophile affair was certainly a useful and emotive device with which to distract the forgetful and easily stampeded general public. Question 4. On the other hand, bearing in mind the total Jewish domination of all the various dark corners of the pornography industry in Britain, the Gold/Sullivan filth empire, to take just one example, could there be some connection between extreme fanatical forms of Judaism and pedophilia? Study of the Jewish quote-unquote catechism, the Talmud, may give us a clue. Here are some quotes on sex with non-Jewish children, taken from that, quote, great and authoritative compilation of the wisdom of Jewish sages. The Talmud and child sex. Quote, a Gentile girl who is 3 years old may be violated. The Avodah Zarah, 37a, or Avodah Shareh as it's listed here. Quote, inasmuch as a non-Jewish child at 3 years and a day is suitable for copulation, her rapist is only unclean until the evening, when he is clean again after taking a dip in the water, unquote. Note that they substitute the word raper, which is the archaic for rapist, from Yoshin Hamishpat. Quote, if a Jew has raped a non-Jewish girl, and another who saw it is called a witness, the Jew must, without compunction, swear falsely, from the Eore Dea. That is, the Eore Dea. Quote, all agree that the connection of a boy aged 9 years and a day is a real connection, whilst that of one less than 8 years is not. From the Sanhedrin 69b. Quote, when a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than 3 years old, it is as if one puts the finger into the eye. Tears come to the eye again and again. So does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years. When a small boy has intercourse with a grown-up woman, he makes her as, quote, a girl who is injured by a piece of wood. Ketubot Jib, or Jeeb. And finally, perhaps the most sinister quote of the lot, an injunction to do evil that Jack Ripper might have found inspirational. Quote, "When one finds that evil appetites are taking hold of his senses, let him repair to some place where he is unknown. Let him dress himself in black and follow the impulses of his heart." From the Moed Katan 17a. In connection with the question of Talmud-inspired pedophilia, it may be significant that Harry Bidney and David Calderhead, the leaders of the Zionist quote-unquote Jewish Defense, i.e. terrorist organization, the 62 Group, active in Britain during the 1960s and early 1970s, were convicted at the Old Bailey on 5th of August 1977 for running what the trial judge called a disgusting and disgraceful vice ring. They toured Soho amusement arcades, picking up very young runaway boys for sexual purposes. They were also convicted of living off immoral earnings. Murder hunt holiday, quote-unquote? Question 5. Why did the police interrupt their dig at the Satmar Synagogue car park for a 2-day Jewish religious festival? Since when have the police delayed or interrupted murder investigations by as much as 1 second for holidays, bank, religious, or otherwise? Was there a round-the-clock police guard at the excavation site during the 2-day festival to ensure that the site was not disturbed by removals or additions? Question 6. Is it not very odd that we have been unable to find in the Jewish Chronicle any mention at all of this business, which was front-page news in all the rest of the news media? The Jewish Chronicle certainly concerns itself with Satmar events. For example, a not exactly complimentary Satmar tidbit on the back page of the 3rd August issue. What was it that persuaded the Jewish Chronicle to suppress a really juicy bit of news concerning the anti-Zionist sect? The more this affair is examined, the more one suspects that the ritual murder of a Christian child has taken place, and that steps have been taken at the highest level to cover it up. Until all the above questions are answered frankly, we have good grounds for these suspicions. Help us smoke out the truth. Write to your Member of Parliament and other persons of influence to demand a public judicial inquiry. Be sure to enclose photocopies of this leaflet with your letters.
Such a good girl, huh?
We particularly invite decent Jewish people who wish to eliminate the malignant elements of the Talmud from Judaism in the interests of an equitable and honest Gentile-Jewish reconciliation to assist with this campaign. Assistance from such people will negate efforts by those who would seek to stifle the investigation by knee-jerk accusations of so-called anti-Semitism. We will be circulating copies of this leaflet to the following persons, who we hope can all be numbered among the company known as the Great and the Good: the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, all police chiefs, the Attorney General, selected MPs and media editors, and church leaders, including Esther Ranson. There will also be an international circulation and locally published and distributed foreign language editions. Reprinted here is the Snides of March, re The Guardian, Wednesday, 6th of December, 1989. See below, Tribute to Murdered Jews by Martin Wainwright. The most savage outbreak of anti-Semitism in Britain's history, which occurred at Cliftbird's Tower, in York 800 years ago, is to be marked by Christians and Jews with 4 days of sacred music, discussions, and prayer, from March 15th to 18th. Canon Jeffrey Hunter, chairman of the York Anglo-Israel Friendship Society, and Mr. Ben Sagar, a retired economics lecturer working with him, who is a Jew, both pictured above, are helping organize the commemoration of the massacre of the city's Jews by
Use the bathroom.
on March 16th, 1190.
Are you alright?
About 150 were driven
It's okay,
to death
relax.
in the flaming
You
ruins of
want to go?
Tower. Commemorations
You want to go lay down on the couch?
anniversary of the massacre,
You want to go outside?
together church choirs, and the
You wanna lay down on the
Jewish Music
couch?
Society. A Hebrew
you okay?
oratorio will be sung in York Minster, and the story of the Jews' gradual, though limited,
You want to use the bathroom?
York will be detailed
You wanna go
by
outside, honey?
historians and archaeologists.
Honey, hey, come.
Under the cloak
It's
of
okay.
religion, and trumpeted by a 6th
yeah,
of
it's
December
alright.
1989
Are
issue
you okay, honey?
of The Guardian,
It's alright.
a nauseating and thinly disguised
Hello.
display of quote-unquote Christian
Hey, Riley.
self-abasement
Come.
and pseudo
No, don't jump in the bed. No, don't jump in the bed. Dad doesn't want you on the bed. No.
spring booking, rather.
Yeah,
with
just
correct
relax for a
emphasis.
little bit.
York is to become in March the next center of Jewish martyrdom, a 4-day commemorative
Are you okay?
for
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
quote, massacre of 150
Man.
Jews in 1190, 800 years ago. Unbelievable.
Oh, hello, baby.
That is, if you
Oh,
have
it's
failed to
okay.
notice this
Oh, I
ongoing
love
Jewish
you.
process
I love you
of
so
wallowing
much.
in it, a la
You're my
Holocaust.
best friend.
How much longer can we
Hey, honey.
tolerate these shoddy
Hey,
spectacles?
Rally.
Jewish lives, quote, special,
It's okay,
question mark.
honey.
In
I
Yorkshire,
want
there
you
is
to
an Arab
sleep here tonight to
community.
be
Are
safe,
they
okay?
too going to indulge
And
in 4
I
days
don't
of
want you to
chanting and
feel
lusty
scared, like,
prostrations
okay?
to remind us
I'm here
all of
with
the
you, and I'll
massacre
be
of
with you because I love
250
you.
Palestinian villagers by
I think you've seen
Zionist
some things in this
terrorists in
house. I
Deir
don't know
Yassin
what the fuck you're
not
saying,
800
alright?
years ago,
I'm
but in
sorry, I love you.
1948. There was some
But you
grim
can always come to me,
bloodletting
because
and
that's a
toddlers
very
were
good
mowed
idea,
down.
honey. Come to me
And what
if you
of the
get
Greek
scared,
Cypriot
okay?
community in
And stay
Europe?
with me here tonight, okay?
During
Because I
March,
love you. I know
will
it's
the
a little
incense be brought
uncomfortable.
forth
It's not like
to sweeten the March
the
winds?
couch, but
And will all the candles be burned
downstairs
in
you got a
memory
bed, and
of the
you can be with me there
240,000
too. So
Cypriots
just
who were
relax, okay?
massacred by Artemian the
It's okay,
Jew
honey.
during the 2nd century AD. Since according to Jewish tradition, it is permissible to dig deep into the muck heaps of history, let us not forget, if we ever recalled it, what
You know how
happened
much
in
I love you,
Cyrenaica
right?
in
You're a
117
little
AD,
doggy.
the famous massacre by the Jews
Honey.
of 200,000 Greeks and Romans.
Man, are you still trying to insinuate words? I'm just petting my dog. Her name's Riley. She's such a good girl. A little stubborn though. She's 8 years old, and I've had to train her. I've been doing very well though. So I don't know if you can hear all of that. I've trained her to use the bathroom on the sides of the backyard. I've trained her to listen to my commands to sit down, to lay down. She's also trained as an attack dog too, but that's a means of last resort. And then I'm going to start training her to go out on walks with me and not get tired, because she likes to run in place and then fall to the ground exhausted. It takes like an hour to go from here to right down the street to Turkey Brook Park. Ah, fuck. Honey, move your paw, honey. Honey, move your paw, please. Honey. I know, it's very interesting, I know. Ah, come on. It's alright. So gotta move your paw. Come on. That's right. Oh, doggy. Hi, baby. Hi, honey. I'm not gonna entertain your stupid thoughts, retard. Look. Here's your satanic world. Look at my dog. Is she objectively satanic or whatever? Look, I don't want to shine the light in her face, but to the side, look, is she satanic? She doesn't look very satanic. Right now, she looks like she's looking for a friend because there's something satanic in this house. I think it's one of your cousins or whatever. He might be dead on the wall or whatever. I think that's what's satanic. Look at that. You see that fan? Is that satanic too? Shut up, man. You're satanic. Get the fuck out of here, faggot. You're a satanic rapist. You're a child molester. You a child molester. We don't like you. We hate you. You're like a Xi Jinping. You're a child molester. All China hate you. You a child molester. You know, coming near my children. You a child molester. I have a nicer family. You don't molest my children. Fuck you. Fuck you. No molesting. No molesting my family. you know molesting my family. You get away from me. No molesting. I'm done with molesting. No more molesting. You child molester. No more molesting.
Other than the famous Armand Hammer, adored by royalty and who was the friend of Brezhnev, that specialist in the imprisoning of Jews, gives one answer. Truth, irrelevant?
I'm not in the mood for this right now. For some salacious material against you. I'm in the mood for some relaxation. Nope, that doesn't mean that I forgive you. We've been at this for 9 years straight. Even Zuckerberg is in my dreams. Mark, at least. He's like subconsciously trying to influence me hitting me with Inception while I'm sleeping. Like I had one dream where he thought he was my Mission Impossible Force handler or whatever. What the fuck are you even talking about? I don't know you. Let alone work for the Mission Impossible Force. It doesn't exist. What are you even talking about? And then in the later part of that dream, this was like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, something like 2.5 weeks ago. The later part of that dream, I was just walking around Cuba, Havana, Cuba, and I was talking to people, and then I was like begging for money on the street, and then we were smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. I was like, apparently I'm Ethan Hunt, but I live in Havana, Cuba, and I drink beer, and I smoke cigarettes, and I beg people for a peso or two. That doesn't make sense. What kind of impossible mission am I on? That doesn't make sense. And then I had that dream when I was in the hospital because you're a fucking faggot ass loser. You were trying to hit me with more Inception in the hospital too. It was like, well, this happened numerous times. So let's talk about you directly. And then the Donald Ronald McNair dream. This was like the third week that I was forced to stay there. What was this? Almost 2 months ago, right? A month and 2 weeks ago, approximately, something like that. So I was there and laying in bed. And I was sleeping, and then you were in my dream, and we were at we're in my web design class where I had geometry and web design, but geometry in my first a year of school because I had it as a freshman. And then you were trying to like show off to the teenage kids like how your large language model fixes programming errors, and I immediately dismissed you. I looked at the screen. I was like, I'm not an expert machine learning programmer, but I already know enough to know that you're a deceiver. And this thing is even within these prompt generations thereof, it's already fucking up the source code, and it's not retaining everything in memory. So this is useless. This is useless for now. This is useful for like 2 or 3 prompt generations in terms of the exact specificities. But then he got so mad, and I think I told him he was a child molester. He rapes teenage girls, and then he was like, he put his hands in his head, and I was like, listen, your pretension doesn't mean anything to me because your pretension has nothing to do with the empirical reality, and you're still trying to hawk off the Zuckerberg brand as a function of thinking that it's empirical reality for what it is, but it's not. You're still trying to hawk it off, your Zuckerberg last name, as if that's supposed to be better than empirical reality. You're a scam artist. And then you know what? You know what was happening to me in the hospital? They hit me with like a very sad, tragic dream, and I already knew that it was bullshit in the dream. They were like, listen, you're basically aging 10 times faster because you took epigenetic enhancing compounds. And then they were trying to hit me with Inception in my dream. And Palmer Luckey was like, you're going to die soon because you're aging 10 times faster. And they were trying to hit me with an Inception in my dream that my skin was going to fall off and whatever else. And then I woke up and I was like, you can't even do fucking basic math in terms of an extrinsic analysis, nor do you even know the in-depth science of the epigenetic enhancement. So what's really happening is I'm actually aging slower. I'm not aging faster. I'm aging slower. Not like extremely slower, but relative to the loophole methodology, slower. But then if I was going to age 10 times faster from the first day out that I started taking epigenetic and neurogenic enhancing compounds, then how come from age 26 to 31, I only aged 5 years? But if I was going to age 10 times faster, how come I don't look like I'm 81 instead? That doesn't make sense. 86 instead, because it's 50 years, 10 times faster. I'm sorry, I apologize. 86. How come I don't look like that? How come I still look like I'm 31? That doesn't make sense. So if I was going to age 10 times faster per perspective every unit year moving forward, I should look 10 years older every single year. I should at least look like it. You should at least be able to extrinsically tell in my blood samples or whatever else, or take in vitro assays, cultural assays of my DNA and look at my telomeres and whatever else. Because you can easily extract that from in vitro samples, like mouth swabs, fucking semen if you want, whatever, blood, and then you can get the DNA from the nucleosomes and look at the telomeres. But listen, when you hit me with that kind of inception, you don't even understand not only basic math, you don't even understand basic empirical science. Apparently, I'm aging 10 times faster, but then the first time I took neurogenic and epigenetic enhancing compounds was 5 years ago. Okay, let's say that it wasn't all of the effects. So at that period in time, just 4 times faster. So then even then with this aggregate math, in terms of your staggered math thereof, it's still not going to add up nonetheless with however many ways you like to model it. But you said 10 times faster. So from what point? From 2 years ago? So I still don't look like, relative to 2 years ago, like I'm 20 years older. Because there's a big difference between being whatever fucking 56 relative to 31. You can clearly tell the difference between somebody who's 56 and somebody who's 31. And with me, that's not happening either. As a matter of fact, all of my scabies scars that I had are pretty much mostly gone now because I'm healing and I'm using, and when I'm not nutrient deficient because I'm dieting very intensely, but even though I'm still dieting intensely, I'm still trying to get my all of my macro and micronutrients correct. There's no way that I could be aging 10 times faster. You'd clearly see the visible damage to my skin. You'd clearly see how much more frail I would be. And an injury like getting hit in the face with a baseball bat would have disintegrated my jaw, or would have fucking completely snapped my neck or whatever else. And also, when you hit somebody with kind of inception like that, the predicate of the burden of proof is on you. But you sound fucking mentally retarded to think that within the course of at least 5 years from the very initial outset of me taking epigenetic and neurogenic enhancing compounds, even with some staggered, amount of aging thereof, in terms of whatever you're talking about, you said 10 times the amount. You must be fucking mentally retarded to think that there's some way in hell that somebody who's 31 years old is going to look like they're 86 years old relative to when they were 26, because you said they were aging 10 times faster, 10 times per unit year that every year is passing. So that's just a basic math. Because if you're aging 10 times faster, you're not aging 1 year per year. You're aging 10 years per year, relatively speaking. So that didn't even make sense in my dream, Palmer Lucky. And he's like, you're aging 10 times faster. And then he was trying to hit me with like playing the world's smallest violin kind of bullshit from SpongeBob. Like as if, this is going to be a tragic lesson from Requiem for a Dream or something, but like satanic Requiem for a Dream where my skin's going to fall off and whatever else. I was like, you're stupid, retard. That wasn't a legitimate concern for me 50+ years ago, relative to 5+ years ago. And it's not a legitimate concern to me now. But if you don't believe so, you can take in vitro cultures and assays and samples of my fucking DNA and then see that it's not true anyway. You're a fucking clown. You're a fucking ass clown. Whoever told you that, they were hawking off complete fucking mental retardation to you. Did you even read any of my research? You couldn't extrinsically tell that doesn't make sense. What you're saying, it sounds like a fucking exercise in fucking mental retardation. Yes, you're aging 10 times faster, but your fucking brain epigenetically enhanced like fucking 30 standard deviations in like fucking 2 years, 3 years. Oh, that's interesting. Aging 10 times faster, my ass. Yeah, your organs are highly resistant to a bunch of different types of endotoxic or acutely damaging and forms of endotoxicity or whatever else. That doesn't make sense. You're aging 10 times faster. This, you know what this is? This is Jewish hubris, and this is ego. and this is narcissism, and this is basically what they're saying. Listen, they're saying, listen, I already wrote you off. I already wrote off this reality check, and I just missed it out of hand. Even though the real reality check bounced, I'm gonna still try and cash out this reality check, predicated on the fact that I'm part of a ball shem scam, and I didn't do any work in life, and I have hundreds of millions upon billions of dollars, and then what I really do is rape kids, and I'm trying to get away with it. Therefore, just because I have money, like in the same way stealing a cookie from a cookie jar, or fucking holding a grandma hostage for 15 cents is the equivalent of having money and thinking that you're a good person. Just because I have money, that means what I say is now the truth. And now here's this reality check that I wrote off. You're aging 10 times faster. I think you're getting 10 times more retarded, but not every year, like every second that you try and argue against somebody like me, which is ironic because I was supposed to be a mentally retarded Mexican who can't do math. You can't even multiply 1 times 10 and then see the relative rate that's changing in terms of how a person should look after 5 years in terms of aging fucking 10 times as fast. That doesn't make sense. Because apparently, if I'm aging 10 times as fast, you can't even see that with your eyes. Apparently, if I'm going to age 10 times as fast, it's going to look like I'm 86. I'm going to look like I'm 86 when I'm at 31 years old in terms of real aging. But that still doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense because I don't look that way. I don't look that way. My body doesn't act that way. And then apparently, I'm going to age 10 times as fast. At the same time, I'm going to keep epigenetically enhancing my brain and differentiating and complexifying my brain in terms of the actual science, which doesn't make sense. You're aging 10 times faster because I'm getting 10 times more retarded every second. So therefore, it's true. You're aging 10 times faster. I'm going to hit you with the inception in your dream. And you're going to hit this fucking bang it 10 out of 10 check with some contraception. I'm still going to be wondering about if you're ever going to let me rim job your asshole and jingle your ball sack while you're hitting that 10 out of 10 with some contraception. That's a little rude to the woman. You gotta treat her nice first before you start, giving her, a good review. She might say, listen, you're aging 10 times faster, so you better fuck me as soon as possible, because in 10 seconds from now, depending on the way you look at it, it could be accelerating, like you're accelerating per instantaneous moment of aging. So it's aging 10 times faster for every instantaneous times 10 times 10. The baby, the baby, just a little dog. Rally, you're aging 10 times faster. Little doggy. You're just a baby. She's just a doggy. That's the kind of inception they tried to hit me with in my dreams at the hospital. And they were like, listen, dude, it's so tragic. And they started mocking me in my dreams for my remix of Lux Eterna from Requiem for a Dream. And I was like, they were like, listen, hey, you all right? They were like, this is not a musical composition. I was like, no shit, Einstein. It's a remix of a song. No shit, Einstein. Hey, relax. You want to go outside? You need the bathroom? What happened? And I was like, no shit, Einstein. Of course not. My fucking dog, she throws temper tantrums sometimes. You want a treat? I just gave you one. That's probably why. And then they were making fun of me of the little interludes where there was not consistent music, and I was like, that's part of the remix, just to make it a little more enthralling and entertaining. And then the lesson they were trying to teach me in that dream that was wrong was that eventually my skin was gonna fall off, like I was a fucking like I was a fucking body from an Alex Gray painting. And that's what they were hitting me with in the inception. That's what Palmer Luckey was doing to me in my dream. And he was like, yeah, your skin's gonna fall off like an Alex Gray painting, and you're gonna walk around and you're gonna be looking like a bunch of muscles and sinews and tendon. Hey, excuse me, you want a treat? Yes, that's what it is. You see, like, see, she knows. You just got a treat. You want a treat? Nope. You got a treat, doggy. You got a treat, baby. You got a treat, honey. You got a treat, honey. You got a treat, baby. You got a treat. No more treats. You got a treat, honey. At this point, I'm not even gonna need to take a shower. She's just gonna clean me. Yeah, I know dogs are slightly unsanitary, but I love my little doggy. She's my baby. She's my little puppy. No, it is true. You've done this inception. Be careful, honey. You've done this inception shit to me before in my dreams, and this is another example of your Jewish hubris. Dude, you're aging 10 times faster. Do you think I'm gonna legitimately dream something like that? Even in terms of my own subconscious, in terms of what I already know? Of course not. Of course I'm not gonna dream that. But, in my dreams, even though sometimes they're not lucid, I make sure that I write down everything if it's really important, so I can use that against you, or also also analyze it in terms of my unconscious thoughts, in terms of what's melding with what you're doing actively and or unconsciously. Dude, you're aging 10 times faster. No, I'm not. I would probably say because of the substances that I've taken, I'm not aging 10 times slower, but I would say that the rate of aging is probably marginally slower relative to what's happening, but not as a function of telomere shortening, but, maybe as a function of gene expression concerning telomerase, and also, and the epigenome outside of the actual genes, the telomeres, where the telomeres are actually transcriptionally, recruiting from codon bases within the actual nucleosome, so that's different. Honey. I can't keep talking out loud. I'm gonna lose my sanity. I'm gonna fucking blow my lid. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Aging 10 times faster, my ass. Are you fucking blind? Can you not see? Are you talking about the last 5 years? You're talking about like the last 5 seconds. Because if it's the last 5 seconds, then nobody's gonna be able to tell that. But if you're talking about the last 5 years, or even like a substantial amount of time since I started taking these compounds, because even though it's compounding over time, I'm still not aging 10 times faster nonetheless. Because even if that's going to be true, then by the time that started, in terms of your compounding rate, in terms of aging 10 times faster, in terms of an absurdity, then with the consumption of these particular compounds, even if it's a logarithmic acceleration of compounding relative to the baseline of the actual aging rate, then basically relative to a month and a half ago, I should look like, if it started a month and a half ago, if it started even some relative time earlier than that, then I should look like I'm fucking 50 by now. That's an absurdity. Aging 10 times faster relative to when. So when I first took the drugs, now, and in this particular instance, in this particular positive feedback of aging 10 times faster, when did it go from one times rate to 10 times rate? And then what's the exact mechanism of action? Is it cut off at 10 times faster? No, it doesn't. You're fucking mentally retarded, faggot. Look, while you're still trying to hit me with the inception about you trying to control me, and about how I'm manifesting my own fate and my own destiny, institute as we're moving forward, and I'm carving out the story of my life by just fighting back. Basically, what's happening is, like, you're just basically proving my point, and that you should just back off and leave me alone because you're delusional. That's not true. Palmer Luckey is now saying, even though you're aging 10 times faster, now the only thing that exists is you, even though there's an entire reality exclusive of you. But then somehow, reality is not aging 10 times faster. Whoa. What's happening, bro? Are you trying to pull a fast one on Neo from the Matrix, if that's what you're saying about me? Listen, Neo, you gotta hit him with the super iron out. You gotta hit him with the raid spray. Neo, there's a lot of parasitic parasites here. You gotta hit him with the super iron out. the super iron out. Pistols akimbo. And maximum concentration of oxalic acid and hydrofluorosilicic acid. You gotta drown him in the raid spray, Neo. Sincerely, your love Trinity. Here, give me a big kiss. But you're the only thing that I guess, according to Palmer Luckey. So I'll see you later. And then it's gonna be like that meme where the kid disappears. Peace. make sure to hit yourself with the super iron. Hit him with the road spray. Listen, bro, I'm deadly in close quarters combat. If you send more of your family members here to die, like I smelled in the wall before, they're gonna get hit with the raid spray. I'm not gonna forgive you. I'm gonna hit you with the raid spray. I'm gonna hit him with the soaker. I'm gonna soak you in raid spray. hit him with the super iron out. And see, if you're skeptical of what's happening over time, well, like this does take time, because a poor innocent man like me, who only has $2.04 to his name, and also is being tortured and abused and the victim of a civil suppression campaign, I'm not going to be able to do it by myself. But conversely, likewise, not because I'm going to forgive these people, but because I'm going to help the entire world, and then I guess the entire world, it's a lot of billions of people, so I don't know what they can necessarily do for me, or even myself. Like, when I say I'm going to help the entire world, I'm saying, like, in some of the most direct and indirect direct ways possible. But still, one person can only do so much. But the entire world has to conversely at least help itself to not, in terms of the billions of people, to not be raped and tortured and accept a fate worse than death like me. So, well, I guess all of us are facing a similar conundrum of defending ourselves. And the answer is ultimately, I'm going to veto you, Zuckerberg. I'm going to veto totalitarian rape. I'm going to veto totalitarian despotism, and I'm going to defend myself. And that's just the brass tacks. And if you think that's not the case, then try just kicking down doors and fucking bursting in people's houses, trying to sex traffic their dog or whatever, like you usually do, and then fucking raping people and in terms of trying to rape their dog or whatever, and rape their mom, and then see if you're not going to get fucking pumped full of rats. Praying for Luigi. Luigi, if you're real. Fingers crossed, Luigi, if you're real. Your brother Mario is praying for you. Luigi, if you're real. Said Luigi Free's a good boy. Didn't do nothing. Let's see how delusional I am. Let's see. You know. You're getting curb stomped, motherfucker. You're getting shit on. Hawk 2 of that shit in my face, bitch. You with your fucking Hawk 2 and nonsense. Hawk 2 of that in my face, bitch. That's right. You a little bitch ass nigga. You a little bitch ass bitch, bruh. That's right. You a little bitch ass Zuckerberg. I'm just ignoring you. You're a totalitarian rapist who wants to get away with raping people. Nope, I'm going to veto you now. You're asking, what did the voice say? The voice said, I'm schizophrenic and crazy, and I'm evil, and so on and so forth, etc., this and that, and 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 then not the actual truth. You want to go outside? You want to use the bathroom? You want to use the bathroom? Okay, relax. I'm relax right now. I'm sleeping. I'm trying to go back to sleep. Relax it. Relax, okay? You want a treat? Is that what it is? You want a treat? No. Relax. You need to use the bathroom. Okay, bathroom? You need to use the bathroom? You want to use the bathroom? Okay, no. You want to use the bathroom? You want to use the bathroom? You want a treat? No, no, no. Behave yourself. What? That's awkward. That doesn't make sense. What? It sounds like an oxymoron. That's weird. It's like, it sounds like an oxymoron, like a paradox in reverse. But in the way that you think that, like, do you think you do that to yourself and like all of reality just because of like small happenstance? Like, that's your cognitive dissonance. You need to get a fucking life. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. right now, a good man is spit shine buffing you out of his life and trying to tell you to stop bothering him while you're trying to torture him to be an evil transceiver for abuse and a fucking punching bag and whatever else. I'm not gonna tolerate it. You're full of shit, asshole. I'm not gonna accept your bullshit when you did to me and my family and a bunch of innocent people around the world, billions of people and whatever else. I'm not gonna tolerate it. Even if I can't sleep at night and whatever else, I'm not gonna tolerate it. You think that I can't. But what you think is wrong. You think that I can't. But what you think is wrong. You're wrong. Let me review this for any anomalies. I wasn't paying attention because I had to fucking pass out because all the fucking abuse you're putting me through.
The synagogue site. Safer still would have been the great expanse of Hackney Marsh, adjoining Clapton Park, with acres of thick cover of several kinds. Child at 3.
You're a scam artist. Faster. This, you know what this is? This is Jewish hubris, and this is ego, and this is narcissism, and this is basically what they're saying. Listen, I already wrote you off. I already wrote off this reality check, and I dismissed it out of hand. Even though the real reality check bounced, I'm gonna still try and cash out this reality check, predicated on the fact that I'm part of a Baal Shem scam, and I didn't do any work in life, and I have hundreds of millions upon billions of dollars, and then what I really do is rape kids, and I'm trying to get away with it. Therefore, just because I have money, like in the same way stealing a cookie from a cookie jar or fucking holding a grandma hostage for 15 cents is the equivalent of having money and thinking that you're a good person. Just because I have money, that means what I say is now the truth. And now here's this reality check that I wrote off. You're aging 10 times faster. I think you're getting 10 times more retarded, but not every year, like every second that you try and argue against somebody like me, which is ironic because I was supposed to be a mentally retarded Mexican who can't do math, and he was like, "Yeah, your skin's gonna." You want to know why? You want to know why? I'm not gonna keep responding to you over and over and over and over and over and over. You just know that you're wrong, right? You want to know why my labor is so belabored, my breathing is so belabored like that, and it's so fucking shallow and not very, full and articulated breathing, because fucking every single day you're fucking torturing me 24 hours a day, relentlessly, and I'm 100% on edge. Fucking catecholamines, like adrenaline, are fucking pumping through my system, and I can't even fucking think normally, let alone live normally, and you're driving me fucking crazy. Balshem Sports. Fucking scam faggot. Fucking Jewish pretension. He's like the living exemplification of it. Almost every Jewish person I've met acts the same way too. Uppity, self-entitled, thinks you're too good for everyone. Hot shit, but really just a piece of shit. No sense of dignity, no sense of humility. No sense of knowledge of the struggle. I'm tired of this shit. I'm fucking pissed off. I'm fucking aggravated. As a fucking poor innocent man who doesn't have anything, but not that it necessarily bothers me because I'm jealous. No, that's not the case. As somebody who is really the exemplification of somebody who did nothing wrong to you, and billions of people around the world basically have done nothing wrong to you in the exact same way, you're taking it out on all of us, and you're torturing me in particular violently, like crazy, relentlessly, for fucking hogwash bullshit nonsense, for things that I didn't do to you in this life, but things you did to me and everybody else, and you're trying to frame it in a certain way. You say, listen, it's okay for you to be tortured like crazy, because I'm Mark Zuckerberg. Die, faggot Berg. I want to see your fucking head on a pike, you kike. Well, if the devil's gonna appear, he can go fuck himself. And then I'll tell God, you want to know why I'm so angry? I'm not perfect, but it's because they're torturing me. What God should do, maybe the people who know me should pray to him. Why don't you re-internalize the guy's mind and stop him from being tortured? And apparently, you're going to take more shots at me because I'm getting angry while I'm being tortured like crazy for doing nothing wrong. And you're still trying to hold me hostage in my own body for fucking mental retardation, for fucking things you did to me and the entire world when it's not my fault. Want to go outside? Want to use the bathroom? Hi, honey. Alright. Sorry. Let me get in the way. I'm sorry. I need to go use the restroom. gonna inspect. I want to inspect the perimeter because I need to make sure everything's okay. What I was gonna say was, even my dog is noticing this too. I keep noticing aberrational phenomena happening in this house. Like for example, like out of nowhere. Sorry. God, please protect my poor innocent soul. Ah, shit. Yuck. What I was gonna say was, my dog and I are noticing a lot of aberrational paranormal phenomena happening in the house. Like, I don't hallucinate, like, visually, but even my dog will notice it, and she'll look at me sometimes, and she's, like, looking around, concerning what's happening. Like, in the past few days, there are, like, flashes of light in my house, and, like, I'm not hallucinating. Neither is my dog. But it's, like, it's not even, like, ball lightning. It's like a form of, like kind of like lightning, like you'll just see in the ambient environment, and you'll see it flashing, not coming from any radiant source that makes sense. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And my dog will look at me, and she's wondering what's happening as well too, because she has a good sense of what's supposed to be consistent and empirical reality too. She knows when things are aberrational. I want my abuse to stop. I want God to help me. I want to stop being held hostage for stupid bullshit, for ontological bullshit that doesn't make sense, for being blamed and tortured for things that are not my fault in this life. I'm tired of it. I'm fucking sick and tired of it. You think I'm gonna forgive you? No. I'm not going to forgive you, and you're not going to torture it out of me. You have to stop torturing me. Sorry, let me just wash my face and get rid of my eye irritation because I have a little irritation there. Whatchamacallit? What's that called again? A little conjunctivitis. I need to be more properly sanitary because I'm not conducting proper sanitation, so it's just actually some good advice. If you have viral or bacterial or microbial conjunctivitis generally, you can flush it out of your eye. It's going to be a little bit disconcerting. You can flush it out of your eye with some soap and alcohol, but you can't keep doing that over and over again because it's going to irritate the mucosal membrane of your eye, of your cornea. So So maybe I'll put some eye drops in there too, because they need some moisture retention. Yeah, these are pretty safe anticholinergic eye drops for your eyes, but you can't use them over and over again. They're gonna hurt your eyes. So Let's do that one last time. Let me get some alcohol in there. I'm just gonna go relax on the couch a little bit with my dog and then just de-stress a little bit because I'm gonna use my time wisely to not be in a state of fucking hypnagogic limbo, waking up in and out of fucking hypnagogia and being fucking terrified like I'm in a fucking living nightmare. So I need to relax and be able to feel safe in my own house. So, or my father's home that he's letting me live in as a good son to him. So, and he probably doesn't want me to do this, but it's like I have to because I need the world to know, to understand that I'm not crazy and that I'm not, a danger to myself and others, but I'm an innocent victim and I have extreme utility in helping, and what they're doing is not a solution. So I think you okay? Right. Honey, hold on, wait. Let me get my shorts, all right? Okay, hold on, honey. Do you need to use the bathroom? You have to use the bathroom? Okay, well, only go outside to use the bathroom. It's too dark outside, and I don't trust I don't trust everything outside right now, so. Come on, go. Come on. Wanna go outside to use the bathroom? Bathroom? You wanna use the bathroom? Hey, do you wanna use the bathroom, honey? Okay, let's go. Okay, relax. Come on, that's okay. Come. Shh. Behave. Be careful. Relax. Shh. Behave yourself. Come on, we're gonna go outside. Let's go. Come on. No hunting. No hunting, okay? You got it? No hunting, alright? Go use the bathroom. Only to use the bathroom. Go use the bathroom. Come on, wait, honey. Wait, just relax. Calm down. Go use the bathroom, honey. Go use the bathroom. No hunting? Go use the bathroom. Riley, no hunting. Go use the bathroom. Bag. You know what I really feel bad about? They keep fucking impeding me from doing what I want to do with my diet, and I keep fucking stress eating. But I'm not like super binge eating a lot of calories every day, but they're slowing me down in terms of my optimal dieting protocol. So I lost 100 pounds basically in the last 9.5 months, but I need to lose. I want to lose another about 70 pounds to be comfortable with myself and reduce my LDL cholesterol because it's really bad. Come tell me, come. Bradley, could you use the bathroom? Okay. Could you use the bathroom, honey? Okay. All right. Come on. Let's go into the living room. Relax there for a little bit. Sorry. Annie. Annie, it's okay. Oh, I forgot to charge you. Wait. And the lights too. Hear that? Relax, honey. It's okay. Relax, calm down. I'm high tension too. I'm high tense. Don't very tense right now. What am I expecting to get? I'm not expecting to get anything. I'm just doing this as a function of accountability because I can't even sleep at night. And it's really bad when a good innocent man like myself is not able to sleep at night. And let me go ahead and fucking charge my phone. Oh, did I leave this running here too? I forgot about it. And yeah, whatever. Some circulation through the house or something, whatever. Man, get out of here with your stupid Putch's bullshit. That stupid Putch's bullshit. You're gonna say, listen, it's not true because Mark Zuckerberg is Mark Zuckerberg and you're some random guy. You know why it's not true? I got bribed a big fat paycheck, and it's not true, even though your proof establishes probable cause that it is. That's not true, even though it is. I'm warning you. Defending them, it's going to do you no good because they're using you as a pawn and they're going to torture you. They're not going to give you a child molesting paradise. They're going to torture you. I'm not going to entertain that because I'm going to dismiss you through hyperbolic mockery again. The reason you can't sleep, even though you were pumped up full of neuroleptics for a month and a half, for fucking years on end, is because, and you couldn't sleep back then either, is because you take too many stimulants. And the same way your phone takes stimulants, Google search results take stimulants, Jonas Krohn takes stimulants, Isabella Santiago takes stimulants, Alberto Santiago takes stimulants. All of the hacked devices, all of your hacked software, they take stimulants too. I should forgive. Maybe I should stop taking stimulants. You know what? Next time I'm going to try and make sure my asshole is not pumped up on stimulants and my phone and Jonas Krohn and et cetera, and Isabel Santiago and Adalberto Santiago and my computers and physical reality. I'll make sure physical reality is not hopped up on stimulants. This fucking shit's kicking right now. This shit's fucking hitting. This is where I like high fructose corn syrup. Sometimes, like at a nice ratio, the viscosity can be really good. It's so good. I love iced tea like that. Oh, man, let's go down on the couch for a little bit just to relax, all right? Hold on, give me some space. Give me some space. Okay, fine. Oh, you want to see? Oh, my dog is licking my face. She's a little baby. I let her do that because I love her. So, she in my neck. That's one way for you to bond with your dog, and acknowledge like that you recognize your bond between one another. So, she's just telling me that she loves me, and that she feels safe and secure with me. It's a way of a dog telling you that they're comfortable with you. It could be that they're interested in like what's on your skin, but that's probably not the case. To me, it's probably a sign of affection. Annie, lay down, honey. Yep. No, stop. No, come on, give me space. Hey, stop it. Come on, stop. Okay. I'm just plugging my phone. Wait, move. You a good girl? Yeah, move. Come on, wait, give me some space. Come move. Come on. Sorry, Abby. Yeah, just come lay down, but give me some space. Yeah, give me some space. Space. Okay? Give me some space. Yeah, be careful, be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Don't move your arm. Okay. Okay. These are a fucking lifesaver right now for my doctor nicotine gum. I need some fucking nicotine like right now. Stat, my fucking stress. I need like fucking 6 milligrams of it, or maybe more, maybe even 8, and that'll be good for like another 3 or 4 hours. I'll be good with that. Oh, I used to vape a lot more than that. I used to vape like something like between 7 milligrams up to 14 milligrams an hour. But I don't combust it as often, but I enjoy that too, because there's like a nice exhilarating rush to combustion, but it's bad for you. So I just I occasionally enjoy it as an occasional treat or a vice. Like I like to smoke the Black and Mild Casinos, the small or like casino cigarettes. I like those. Those are a nice smoke. Those are intense. I think Buddhists should take smart drugs. Maybe a lot of Buddhists have neurophysiological problems that meditation can't really deal with. I think that would really help them, and it would make them pivotal in their community. It would make them a pillar of their community, and make them much more self-subsistent and self-reliant, and reduce a lot more stress and suffering in their community, and beyond just them too, and be good vessels for good education in the world, and good pensive thinking, and good reinforcement of particular good values. So Annie, I'm a baby. Oh, you love me so much, honey. I know. You're a good little doggy. Honey. Hello, yeah. Just need some space. Yeah, I know. Space, okay. I'm just ignoring you. I don't have to yell and scream at you. Listen, listen, you know you're wrong, right? You know you're delusionally imparting your projections onto the world, and you're trying to force what you want onto the world, even though you know it's not true. I love you too, honey. Who's a good little dog here? Sorry, I'm just getting this nicotine gum on. Hold on. Be careful. Yeah, just give me one of those bites, okay? You're a good little dog. I love you. You're a good girl, Riley. You've been listening to me. Very good. Good girl. Just give me a little space, right? Right. Relax. Honey. Anyway, look. Be careful. Yeah, just relax. Yeah, some space. Look at that. Yep. Careful. Yep. I think this guy is a troll. Probably. Shetty Cheddarson. when in doubt it. But I'm not going to use the full force of the apparatus of my life to dox you. I could just care less sometimes. I'm just a fucking troll faggot. You okay? Oh, baby. If you behave yourself, we're gonna go out on walks, okay? Oh, darling. And sorry. And you okay? You think that I'm not going to get justice, but you don't understand reality. You don't understand real politics. You don't understand human rights. You don't understand the mess, the quagmire you've gotten yourself into with me and everyone else. So you don't understand that billions of people will not tolerate what you did to them and me as well, especially in this particular case example of myself, where they're going to see extreme utility in me, and they're going to see that I'm very selfless, and I was just looking to live my life, and I found a higher calling, and my neurophysiological deficits were mostly my problems until you started abusing the living hell out of me, further exemplifying my point. Almost every point I have against you has been infinitely exemplified in terms of what you're doing to me and everyone else, and how it's going to be, how it doesn't look good on your behalf. So you might want to double think that no justice thing. So let me just fix your half of the bed, honey. Sorry, be careful. Yeah, I'm just fixing your bed. Can you move here, honey? I need some space. Come here, come. Come here, Ross, come. 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 Come here. Yeah, come here. Come. I need some space. It's me, Riley. Riley, it's me. Come here. Come. Come here. Riley. Come here, Riley. Come. Riley. Come here. It's me, Riley. It's okay. Riley. Yeah, just come here. Some space. Yeah. Okay. Good. Just give me some space, okay? Give me some space, okay? Good girl. Yowza. Whatever, it's a little ornament. Oh, its leg broke. I can fix that. Oh, it's already broken. I don't have too much sentimental attachment to that kind of shit. It's a little ornament. You okay? Did you eat something outside? I told you not to go hunting. Only when necessary. Right, it's okay. Are you okay? And I'm not listening to you. I don't take you seriously. I'm not going to be your rape and torture slave. That's it. It didn't, excuse me, thought. It didn't work for 9+ years and it never will. You have to stop bothering me. That's it. Fool. You're a fool. That's my hot take on it. My 2 cents, if it means anything to you. You're a fool. I don't have to yell and scream to get my point across. And you're still stupid enough to keep torturing me after 9+ years of doing this to me and thinking that you're not only not going to get away with it, that it makes sense from the very get-go to do it. But somehow, you think that torturing me this way is going to work. But you can't just throw me in the back of a van. You can't just shoot some sedative darts at me and traffic me to your house or something. But you have to secretly torture me after hitting the crack pipe. And you think that's going to work. You're stupid. That doesn't make sense. You sound fucking mentally retarded. Durr. Alright, you okay? Relax. You sound like a fucking deity. Durr. Yeah, we're gonna torture you via the illusion of non-locality. Durr. And then we just can't shoot some fucking sedative darts at you when you're walking down the street and throw you in the back of a van. Durr. You sound like a fucking deity. You sound like a fucking deity of the highest degree. Durr. You sound like a fucking deity steam. Durr. Listen, man, let's develop some quantum rape technology and torture him via the illusion of non-locality at a distance and spend whatever $100 million a day pumping uranium into his asshole so he can just ignore us by walking around really fast, by drinking beer, by just doing whatever, just fighting his inner zen or whatever. Durr. This is a crackhead's team. This is like the kind of things crackheads come up with. And like, if you're gonna be a master crackhead, why couldn't you just like fucking load up a sedative gun full of some darts and then like run right in front of me and just like start pounding me full of sedative darts and then throwing me in the back of a van like 31 years ago at the beginning of my life, or like I don't know, 10 years ago when you started bothering, 15 years ago, whatever it was, or 14, whatever it was, how many fucking years ago, 13 years ago. You're retarded. You're retarded. You're a retard. I think even mentally retarded people would say, listen, you need to put some respect on my name. That's highly condescendingly offensive to my sensibilities. I'm smarter than you are. You're stupid. Sounds like you're a crackhead. Sounds like you're a mentally retarded crackhead. Dude, you're a fucking deity steam. Listen, the answer's simple. You're a deity steam and you're never going to understand. Man, I am tired as fuck, bro. This is like a meme waiting to happen. Super John and Zen John and Zen Rally. Super Rally. Oh, please. You have a one-track mind, and all you do is try to force your way onto the world. We already discussed this. Life doesn't work that way, and it's been 9+ years of fucking proofs smacking your face. Can you stop bothering me? You're not gonna torture fucking the truth out of my asshole. That's a fundamental crisis that you're having yourself. You're having an existential crisis and a war with yourself over fucking mental retardation. You're not gonna extort the truth out of my asshole. I am Mark Zuckerberg. Do you know the way? Even if all of empirical reality is fundamentally exclusive from whatever I have to tell you, I'm Zuckerberg. Do you know the way? I am Zuckerberg. Even though this guy is telling the truth about what I'm doing to him and billions of people, don't worry about that, including you two. Don't worry about that. I'm Zuckerberg. Do you know the way? Can you stop bothering me? I am not your fucking telepathic rape, torture, pinata, torture slave, whatever else. Stop bothering me. Stop torturing me. You think that I can't, but you're wrong. It's been 9+ years of this, and you're dedicating 100% of your life trying to think you're going to undulate my asshole to forgive you. You're wasting your life, and you're aggravating me and everybody else, and you're aggravating yourself for something that's never going to happen. You have to stop bothering me. Nope, I'm not going to forgive you. You think that I can't not forgive you, but you're wrong. You think that, but you're wrong. I'm not going to forgive you. Are you still trying to provoke me? You're just a totalitarian rapist. You're a spoiled fucking brat. You're a totalitarian rapist. And you want to just rape people. You want to just rape people and get away with it. Life doesn't work that way. Oh, you think the same thing about me? Then how come it's taking you 9+ years of 24-hour stupid bullshit to not get anything out of it? You think that about what in terms of what you're doing, but you're wrong. Listen, I'm Zuckerberg. I have a fucking hyperinflated net worth in terms of fucking Jewish stock certificate that has no value in terms of liquidity, in terms of in terms of me not being able to sell it until I sell it. And then, listen, that I'm supposed to hawk off the illusion that I control most of the liquidity on Earth, but I don't. I'm Hookberg. You think that your pretentious ego and your stupid pretentious propaganda means something, but you're wrong. You think that, but you're wrong. You know you have to stop torturing me, right? I'm not going to forgive you. You think that I'm going to eventually forgive you, but you're wrong. If you call me, I'm going to record you and trace you and dox you and block you, and I'm going to upload it to YouTube, and then I'm going to call the police, and I'm going to record them too, and I'm going to get their hot take on it. You think that eventually I have to forgive you. You think that, but you're wrong. What's it going to take? Nothing, because I'm not going to forgive you. It's going to take you to stop bothering me to realize that you're wrong. Because you think quite a lot of things, but even ironically enough, even though it's supposed to signify something, you can't even say it to my face, which is a pretty good example of how you're wrong. You think a little bit of this, you think a little bit of that, but this and that usually don't jive so well, and that it doesn't make sense either way, or together. And you think a lot of that bullshit. You think a lot of this, you think a lot of that, but it seems like it's all wrong. It seems like my asshole that you're jingling for some reasonability has more sensibility than you do. I have a question. Look, let me pull up a picture for you. Look, this is not very nice. What? Look, why do you have a fucking picture, a fucking hieroglyph, a pictogram of my fucking asshole on your flag? I never gave you permission to have my asshole on your flag. Why are you doing that? Can I sue you in Israeli Jewish court for that? Why do you have a picture of my asshole on your flag? Asshole on your flag? Asshole? Do you have a fucking picture, a fucking hieroglyph, a pictogram of my fucking asshole on your flag? I never gave you permission to have my asshole on your flag. Flag, picture. What? Look, why do you have a fucking picture, a fucking hieroglyph, a pictogram of my fucking asshole on your flag? I never gave you permission to have my asshole on your flag. I think a lot of people probably think the same thing. Listen, I never gave you permission to have the likeness of my asshole on your flag. Why is that hieroglyph or pictogram, that fucking representation of my asshole on your flag? That looks quite a lot like my asshole. You know, on second thought, I think it isn't like this of my asshole. I think all 8.3 billion people on Earth should sue you to get some common sensibility back and get a refund on their sensibilities. It's not very nice when you take pictures of people's assholes and put them on your flag. That's not your asshole. If you're gonna put a picture of your asshole on your flag, then put your asshole there, not somebody else's. You see, at least in the United States, you got the stars, you got the stripes. At least it's supposed to mean something. For this jurisdiction, for this country, okay, fine. It's 50 states, right? And then you have the 13 stripes for the 13 colonies. I understand that. But with Israel, you have a picture of my asshole on your flag. Are you trying to signify that that's basically like my toilet paper? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Are you just trying to say you're a piece of shit? Not bad for some mentally retarded Mexican that you call or whatever else. Look, let me pull up a picture for you. At first, you were anti team Beaner, but now you're team Beaner. Let's check this out. If it's Goya, it has to be good. Si es Goya, tiene que ser bueno. Which doesn't make sense because for years, your dad was fucking railing probably you, and since he railed you as a child, since he's a Jewish child molester, and he was fucking discriminatorily slandering Mexicans for being beaners, for being illegal criminals, all of them, and being heinous and grievous and useless and not worth living and whatever else. But now he's Team Beaner. I don't think anybody ever noticed that. Did you notice that? But see, with me, I'm a Hispanic. I'm a Latino. My family's from Brazil and also Spain, but I have Latino and Hispanic heritage. Brazilian, I guess, if Latino is kind of a weird term to use. So from Hispania and also from Spain too, and also from Brazil and Portugal. But I was a Team Goya boy my entire life. The only thing I didn't like was the malt liquor stuff. I don't even know why my friends drink that sometimes. But I love Goya products. But I've been genuine about that because I've been a beaner, like you said. I've been eating, whatever, the rice. I got the Goya starter kit, the Goya Goyim kit. You probably took a picture of that fucking can of beans and you probably just threw it in the trash. You probably don't give a fuck about anything like that. You were just trying to save face, but you look fucking mentally retarded. We're going to make discrimination against Mexico great again, and we're going to make Goya pay for it. Because everyone from Mexico is a fucking illegal criminal, a fucking beaner, and so on and so forth. Let's pull up an interesting picture of your white trash motherfuckers. What's his name again? You're all about the preservation of the white race. Where's this picture of you and that other guy? He looks like a child molester. If you didn't bother me, I wouldn't even care. That's just your political ideology. I wouldn't even give a fuck. But I'm just taking shots at you because you keep bothering me. Look at this. You got to be kidding me, right? Do you think that's the preservation of the white race? You're white trash. That's trashy. You're white trash. That's disrespectful to Caucasoids like me, or even Caucasoid Jews, or anybody's Caucasoid. That's disrespectful to white people. It's disrespectful to human beings in general. And like this sort of, howty-touty, uppity nature about like how to propagate the white race or maintain the white race is extremely outside of your scope and bounds. Like, for example, telling white men, for example, or white women where to put their pee-pee or how to let something in or not to let something in their vagina or whatever because they're white. That's an extreme example of your creepiness and your extreme overt weirdness. You're a fucking weirdo. The people don't want eugenics race programs from you, telling them what to do with their pee-pee or whatever else to maintain the white race. This is just a non sequitur. You sound like a creep of the highest degree. I'm a cosmopolitan. I support people around the world, but I'm an American citizen, so I try and be objective and impartial with the suffering of people around the world. So I'm very much cosmopolitan. I do enjoy almost every culture. I would say even for ethnically disparate Jews who are not involved in Baal Shem satanic bullshit. Even you two, even though I give Jewish people a lot of flack, it's not because I'm just targeting Jewish people indiscriminately to harass them. It's because of the people who are bothering me. Claim to be Jewish, but you're not Jewish. You're a piece of shit. You're a satanic child molester. And this is coming from somebody who used to be a good, faithful Judeo-Christian boy who is now, multicultural and who believes in many different tenets from different religions and some sort of, amalgamation, I guess, of something to believe in, at least. But you, Zuckerberg and those people, whatever the hell you're doing, literally, no pun intended, that's not Judaism. That has nothing to do with what's in the Old Testament, at least with anything in terms of its own internal consistency. That's all duplicitous hypocrisy and satanic child molestation. And you should be ashamed of yourself, especially if you've dragged other innocent Jewish people into that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Listen, I make jokes sometimes, but I'm not conflicted. I'm not here, writing a prescription list like I'm fucking Adolf Hitler Jr. for a genocide that's unwarranted. Listen, it's not nice for me to be very salacious and fresh with people, but then I'm only being salacious and fresh with the people bothering me. That should already be a given, though. I have no need to fucking post discriminatory slander on the internet and post fucking weird shit and whatever else. I'm being extremely abused by allegedly Jewish people. From what I remember, in terms of what I read in the Pentateuch and the rest of the books of the Old Testament, it doesn't say anything about doing what you're doing to me. Damn. Shit. Fucking dirty ass garbage. Man. Forgot about that. Sometimes I'm in such a state of belligerency and fucking irrationality that I forget to do things like this. Look, I found your fucking family, Zuckerberg. I gotta decontaminate. It stinks so fucking bad. I don't want to go out the street now, but whatever. It's gonna get worse, but let me just try and fucking decontaminate it so it'll stop smelling. Man, goddamn. Fucking always torturing me and fucking sexually molesting me, you motherfucker. Crazy psycho. You're a crazy fucking psychopathic lunatic. You're a crazy motherfucker. And not in a cool way. You're just a crazy psycho. No shit, I'm gonna wash my hands, Einstein. I'm not fucking 4 years old still. I'm not 4 years old anymore. I'm just making sure that this is not gonna stink to high heaven, and I'm closing it and sealing it. Give me a good double knot, and maybe a little bow tie too. Good measure. Sometimes I occasionally forget about stuff like this because I'm being tortured like crazy. I'm being fucking abused like crazy. I'm being fucking sexually molested and fucking abused like crazy. And for what? I didn't do anything to you. Nope, I'm not gonna forgive you. You're wrong. Stop torturing me. You're making this worse for yourself. You're stupid. I'm not going to be your rape and torture slave. Nope, I'm not already that. And you're wrong. You're a satanic child molester. You're wrong. But I'll tell you what, though. Maybe you should defer to the Old Testament, the manual. Or if you believe in the New Testament, to the manual. And see if it says that you can do that there in terms of getting forgiveness. Because remember, you said that you're not delusional, right? So include that and what's not supposed to be your part of your delusions. I'm Zuckerberg, you remember? I'm Mark Zuckerberg. So it means even if empirical reality is all fundamentally exclusive from whatever I have to tell you, I'm the way. Do you know the way? Fucking dweeb. I don't think anybody's kids want to get molested by you, or anybody on earth, inclusive of them, wants to drink your diarrhea and be raped by you. Listen, I'm Zuckerberg. Let me molest you at a distance by pumping hundreds of millions of dollars of uranium into your asshole every single day. And then I'm going to ask you, do you know the way? Apparently, we got a whole lot of uranium to pump into your asshole, but we got nothing in our cranium. Stupid. You're a retard. You're stupid. Oh, sorry. You okay? Just rest, honey. Let me turn off the light for you so it doesn't hurt your eyes and you can sleep. All right, so that's contained. It's all self-contained, and I sprayed some bleach and stuff in there. I'm probably just gonna open that bag later because I don't want to waste it. So I don't want to waste it because it's a waste of plastic. There's still gonna be garbage in there anyway. So I'll just open it in terms of the knotting, and then I'll have a mask on tomorrow. Later this morning because I still have that colloquial understanding or colloquial sort of intermediary understanding that it still feels like a nighttime to me, but it's the 21st already, so. Just tangential side notes. Not that I'm going to forgive you. I'm just trying to disassociate from what you're doing to me. I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well with my fasting. Even when I have desires to eat food because I'm feeling stressed, I don't even really even binge eat that much, and I'm still doing good on my diet anyway. But I'm human, so I have to occasionally use the restroom and whatever else. But if you fast like I do, and you eat proper macro and micronutrient prerequisites and requisites for your diet, you'll probably just defecate at most a few times a week, and you'll still be healthy anyway. So especially if you only eat about 1 or 2 meals per day. So, and also if you practice proper physiological techniques, you don't even need a bidet, and there won't even be that much suffering. If that's suffering for you in life, it was outside of my control too, but you're going to have a pretty bad rest of your life because that should have been something you dealt with when you were like 4 or 5 years old. That's not going to work. Gaslighting me? We already went over this. That doesn't work. And you're just proving that you're cognitively dissonant from reality. I'm going to tell you yet again. If you know how to salvage the rest of your human life in terms of the life and time thereof, you're going to stop bothering me because all you're really doing is making this worse for yourself. That's it. I'm just ignoring you. You know what? I am being the better man. It's good that you brought that up. Compared to these people, because I give men, my mutual respect if they don't bother me. But considering these people harassing me, my dirty Ashkenazi asshole is a much better man than you are. And you see, here's my thought process behind it. It's on your flag, so you must really like my dirty Ashkenazi asshole. And you're still gonna keep torturing me, huh? I don't care. Keep calling the police. I don't care. I told you, no matter what happens, I'm not gonna forgive you. No. Even though you don't think so, you're wrong. I'm not gonna be your rape and torture slave. Nope, I basically am not, because I'm not doing what you want me to do. You're wrong. Basically, you're wrong. That's it. You're wrong. That's it. Basically, the be all end all, the summation of this is that you are wrong, and that's it. Well, if I have to, I thought I was already your rape and torture slave. So what's the holdup problem? We're gonna get down to the brass tacks yet again. You're wrong. It doesn't matter what you want. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. Nope, I'm not. I already guaranteed you. You're wrong. I'm not going to. And you're still stupid enough to keep torturing me. I'm not your rape slave. I'm not. And I'm gonna guarantee you, you're wrong. What am I doing? I'm a human being. I'm using the restroom. Listen, I'm just going to ignore you. You do know that I'm not going to forgive you, right? You do know that excuse me, dog. You do know that I'm not going to do what you want me to do, right? If you don't, you're going to learn the hard way. Listen, a lapse of me saying something does not mean that I'm going to forgive you. I already know your shtick. I already know what your spiel is. Your stupid gestalt. You're trying to provoke me into doing so. The only person you're provoking is yourself. You have to stop torturing me. You're not going to get what you want out of me, and you're only making this problem worse for yourself. You do know that torturing me is not going to work, right? Listen, you think that I have to? You're wrong. I'm not going to respond to you. I'm just going to ignore you, and you're going to see eventually that you have to stop and that you're wrong. That's it. Does that mean that I forgive you? No. It means that you're just provoking and torturing yourself. That's it. That's all that's really happening. Listen, I'm not entertaining you. I'm not. I'm not going to forgive you. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. Listen, torturing me is not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I do hope you know that you're just provoking and torturing yourself. You're not gonna. Excuse me, I'm talking. You're just torturing yourself for something that's never gonna happen. You're a coward. You're a loser. You're a hook. You're a hookstein. It already speaks for itself. You're a hookberg. It's a little redundant to call you a coward because I can already tell because you're a hookberg. You're a child molester and a rapist, but then that's also redundant too because you're a hookberg. So that's already a given. You're a hooksteinberg. A Mark Hookberg, whatever. I'm just going to ignore you. You think that I'm being forced to. You're wrong. You think that, but you're wrong. You think that I have to, but you're wrong. sexually molesting me, that's not gonna work. I'm just gonna ignore you because I'm not gonna let you into my life nonetheless, regardless. This is the worst way you can let somebody into your life. I'm not going to forgive you. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. You think that I have to, but you're wrong. I'm just gonna ignore you. You know I'm just ignoring you, right? You do know that the only person that you're really provoking and torturing is yourself. I'm just ignoring you. It's been 9+ years of this, and I already guaranteed you I'm not gonna do what you want me to do. I'm just ignoring you. The only person you're really aggravating here is yourself. That's it. Because I'm just ignoring you. Oh, hello.
Alright.
Sorry, I have a few lights on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to give some ambience for Riley and I. So, cause,
Everything's
okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to be completely in the dark. That's a little.
yeah, but you know,
I barely use any electricity. Okay, I'm sorry. What's up? Do you want me to turn the music off?
and so I just Lord.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
What a nasty is.
I'm gonna clean it. I got it.